and a BComs honours degree. And during the time of this incident, I was a consultant with the project office.
Yeah. Were you admitted as an attorney in South Africa, Mr. Linnell?
No, I'm not.
You know that you have been referred to as the legal advisor to Ms. Dudu Myeni.
Mr. Chairman, that is often referred to, that title is often referred to me. I'm uncomfortable with that. I was formerly an attorney in a neighboring country. So by profession, I did train and practice as an attorney, but in South Africa, I've never practiced as an attorney, and I have not held myself out to be an attorney.
You know, coupled with that, we understand that at your introduction to the board members of Eskom, you would have introduced yourself as a lawyer, or that you were a lawyer, at least, at the very least.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I think the narrative was that I was a lawyer by profession, or professional training, I think were the words, but that was followed by the statement that I am a consultant, and that is the capacity in which I appeared before the committee, or the board.
Now, relative to the events you alluded to earlier, which your testimony is really about, could you tell the chairperson when you were first contacted in regard to what was said to be the establishment of an inquiry at Eskom, and who first contacted you in regard to that?
Mr. Chairman, it was on the morning of the 6th of March, 2015. I received a call from Ms. Dudu Myeni. She at the time was the chairman of South African Airways, at which organization I was doing a similar project. She asked me to urgently attend a meeting with the president, or the then president of South Africa, in Pretoria. As a result of that, I flew to Pretoria that same day, and I met Ms. Myeni at the presidency around midday.
If you go to your affidavit, page 31, and that is the left-hand corner, pagination, paragraph 5.
Yes.
You there? And it reads, I was contacted on 6 March 2015 by Ms. Dudu Myeni and asked to travel the same day to Pretoria to attend an urgent meeting with the president. Is that what you are referring to?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
It sounds like you were asked to drop everything and fly to Pretoria same day, and that's what you did. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And you say in paragraph 7 of your affidavit, on arrival at the presidency's...
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega.
Thank you.
Maybe before he gets to 7, tell me, Mr. Linnell, did you know Ms. Myeni by that time? How did you know her? How come somebody could phone you in the morning and say, drop everything and come to Pretoria, and you do exactly that?
Mr. Chairman,
In other words, did you not have anything to do?
No, I did have something to do, Mr. Chairman. At the time, I was engaged at a similar project at South African Airways, during which time I would have interfaced with Ms. Mieni on a very regular basis. So I would have known her relatively well. And she phoned me and said, could I attend an urgent meeting with the president that same day?
How long
think-
had you known to Ms. Mieni by that time? If you are able to remember.
I would say three or 4 years. I think I stand corrected, but 3 or 4 years, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So had you been a consultant to the SAA or to her personally, or to also another entity in which she was involved?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Prior to doing this contract at South African Airways, I did a similar one at Tuesday Water Board. Ms. Mieni was the chairman of that water board at the time.
What job did you actually do for Umhlatuze Water Board? Now, obviously, I'm not looking for details. I just want to have an idea what you were doing. Were you acting like the board's legal advisor? What were you actually doing?
Mr. Chairman, I acted as the coordinating consultant to an inquiry into alleged misdemeanors of the then Chief Executive Officer, which is very similar to the work that we're engaged with this testimony today. But it was not in the capacity as a legal advisor. In that instance, as at SAA, and here, typically I would use a firm of attorneys to work alongside with me to provide any legal expertise required.
So were your services required whenever there were allegations of misconduct or poor performance or similar things by employees at Umhlatuze Water Board? Is that what would give rise to the need for your services?
Specifically at Umhlatuze Water Board, yes. Subsequent to that, there were a number of other contracts which were unrelated, but for example, internal disciplinary hearings for such matters as sexual misconduct and harassment and whatever. But they were different types of, and they were small, but I did some other work at Umhlatuze Water Board.
And at SAA, was it also work that went along the same lines that you did?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at SAA, that project commenced with an identical assignment, which was the inquiry into alleged misdemeanors against the then Chief Executive Officer of that organization. And I coordinated that inquiry, again, with professional legal team next to me.
So you would have begun to do some work for SAA or Ms. Dudumieni at SAA around what, 2013, 2012? 2011 or thereabouts?
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think it was 2014.
Yes.
I stand corrected, but it might have been the latter part of 2014.
Yes. And then at the water board would have been much earlier, would have been earlier than that.
I think that started Mr. Chairman, about 2 years earlier,
Yes,
and then there was a gap in between.
yes. Now, I'll ask you a question that might relate to something else that you are not going to testify here about. But I had a lot of evidence last year about the dismissal of certain managers or senior people at SAA, and I think it was around 2014, if I'm not mistaken, 2015. One of them was Miss, I think, Tulim Mshe, if I'm not mistaken. Another one was Dr. Dawa. Would those people be some of the people in which in respect of whom your services had been utilized?
Not directly related to the dismissals, Mr. Chairman, but I was aware of both instances.
Yes.
I interacted with Ms. Mpeshe and I never interacted with Dr. Dawa.
Yes.
But I was aware of both
Yes.
instances, but I was not directly engaged in that.
Involved. Okay. All right, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson.
At least now we know how and when he got to know Mr. Dumiene and what it was about.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
No,
let's
thank
continue.
you, Chair. And Mr. Linnell, I don't know whether you are aware that it has been reported that you were Mr. or Mrs. Ms. Dudumiene's Mr. Fixer. Were you aware of that?
Mr. Chairman, I've seen reference to that being repeated ad nauseum. Yes, correct, Mr. Chairman.
And were you the fixer for Mrs. Dudumiene? Do you understand what the concept means?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's an unreasonable association or narrative to put to it. In the context that I was engaged in a number of instances where things were fixed in the proper sense, then that might be fairly attributed. But the narrative itself is probably unreasonable.
And I should have asked this question earlier. How did Mr. Dumiene come to know you or know your services? Was it through some advertising that you did, or you made a presentation and to SAA or Mhlatuze board? Because I see you live in Cape Town and Mhlatuze board is in KZN, and SAA head office is in Joburg.
Mr. Chairman, at the time, the first time I was introduced to Ms. Dumiene was at Mhlatuze Water Board, and I took over an assignment from a colleague. So
you were recommended by a colleague?
Yes, that would be correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, you, I guess, would also be aware that this inquiry that was intended to be undertaken at Eskom, and you will talk more about it in due course.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Selega. I know I'm interrupting you again, but I just want to ask this question before we go further.
Yes.
You have said, Mr. Linnell, that you were a coordinator and you would bring in, I think, attorneys or lawyers to play a role in SAA or Mhlatuze. And I know that in regard to Eskom, too, you were said to be a coordinator. I think that's how you preferred to refer to it, and you would bring lawyers to assist. I kind of struggle with the need for a coordinator in these entities, because I don't understand that there would be services that you could provide which attorneys would not be able to provide. Are you able to enlighten me what your understanding was, why Mr. Dumieni or the Umhlatuze board and SAA would have felt there was a need for your services in circumstances where your knowledge largely was legal, and they would yes, not be able to dispense with the need for attorneys. You would still bring attorneys to assist.
Mr. Chairman, I think the role which I provide is distinct from what they do. My experience and the experience that I would propagate my services for would be to provide an independent oversight of an inquiry of that nature. My experience is that in any investigation, it becomes not myopic, but it has a particular target or identity and direction. And the services that I offer would provide objectivity, it would question, it would request different angles to be pursued, it would interpret the answers given. And I think in each of those instances where I've worked with those professional organizations, they would have valued, and they do value, I think, those added value services. They are different, but they do add something to the top.
Mr. Silega.
Thank you,
Well,
Chair.
I must just say, I would need a lot of persuasion to accept that there was a need, but let's go on. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Chairman, with permission, may I follow that?
Sorry?
May I follow that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think there is a very distinct role that service is. In every instance, and the verification of that could be with the people I've worked with, it does provide an added value service. It does question, it does seek different paradigms from it. It questions, it enables you to interact with the forensic people and the attorneys. And it is not only in SOEs that I provide that service. In a sense, it's part of providing project management services, which my company is better associated with. So it's not limited to the perception that we might have in this instance.
Yes, continue, Mr. Silega.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, Mr. Linnell, just on that line again, you would have seen in your bundle the interview conducted with Paul O'Sullivan. And I want to just read from a page in regard to that interview, which is page 545. I'm going to quickly read as you go there, Mr. Linnell. 454. It says, now, Nick Linnell is Mr. Fix-It for Dudu Myeni. Every time she gets into trouble, Nick Linnell has been running around
If you wish me to continue that.
Yes, just tell
That
us.
lasted a number of times.
Okay, let's start. You arrived, you met with Ms. Dudumieni at the presidency, and she started telling you what this was all about. Just relate the conversation between the two of you as it happened, as far as you are able to remember.
Mr. Chairman, I'd have to paraphrase that. I cannot recall how it went, but there would have been, it might have even started off with a discussion on cyber anyway, where there was a parallel investigation at the time. I can't recall that, but at a point in time relevant to this, she explained in some depth that the President wanted an investigation into the affairs of Eskom, and she had recommended to him that I could perform that function, and the purpose of me being there was for him to presumably consider and agree or otherwise to that suggestion.
Was it made clear to you by her, Mr. Linnell, that what she was telling you was what was desired by the President?
Without a doubt, Mr. Chairman.
Did the President, Mr. Zuma, at the time, join you in that meeting?
No, he did not. I think at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, apparently he had left that office. It was his residence. He had just left. And so I departed. And in the process of departing, Ms. Mieni asked if I could then attend a meeting on the 8th, this was Friday the 6th. The 8th would have been the Sunday. If I could then attend the meeting, which was intended for the 6th, with him on the Sunday the 8th. Yeah. I then departed.
Yeah. Just before we move on, let me ask you this. On the 6th, you meet with Ms. Mieni, and you're meeting with her at the President's residence in Pretoria. Is that correct?
I think at the
That is correct.
Were you meeting her at the President's residence or at the President's offices at the Presidency? I think the Presidency are the offices, the residence, I think, is something else.
Mr. Chairman, it was at his official residence in Victoria, but I think I have a recollection of being misdirected, and I might have gone to what's was known as Union Buildings on the way, but they're next to each other, and the meeting was at the residence.
Or the meeting was at Mahlambandovu, at the residence?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, but I thought you said that at about 4 o'clock, you were told that the President had left for his residence. Did I misunderstand you?
No, that's correct, but as I understood it, he left for his residence in KwaZulu-Natal. So he was at his residence apparently when I was there, but he wasn't in the rooms that we were waiting for him at.
Oh, so when you and Ms. Mieni were having a meeting at the President's residence, you got to understand at some stage that he was not there at that time, as opposed to him having been there but left while you were waiting for him.
When I arrived there, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is he was in residence and in meetings, and during the course of the time that I was there, there was always the expectation that one would be summoned to see him at any moment. That any moment drifted on for a number of hours. At a point in time, I think around 4 o'clock or later in the afternoon, it was announced that he had now left that building and gone, I think, to KZN,
Okay.
at which point an arrangement was made to meet him on the 8th.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you, Chairperson. So what then Ms. Myeni talks with you about, it's an inquiry, or you say an investigation into Eskom's affairs.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
It's not into SA Airways affairs.
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
Did she mention anything about the suspension of the executives at Eskom in this meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I'd imagine there was a discussion about suspensions because the discussion which took place was, in a sense, a briefing about the inquiry into Eskom and a discussion as to how the approach of that inquiry ought to follow. So when I left there at 4 o'clock, in my mind, it would have been part of an approach that the top executives would be proposed that they would be suspended during the inquiry.
Now, during your conversation with Ms. Myeni, did she tell you what problems Eskom was facing that needed to be dealt with?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there was quite a bit of background information provided. As I recall, and I did give it to your commission, I took a photograph on my phone of one piece of paper, which I subsequently found saved to my computer, but the photograph was taken on the 6th of March. And that had some details on a structure of an inquiry. So there would have been a discussion about what was expected to be taken, the approach to be taken for such an inquiry. And that would have been a two-way discussion. It would have been my suggestions as much as her suggestions. It was a discussion.
So is the position that she would have mentioned to you what, at least some of the problems that she would have said Eskom was facing, and she would have said there was a need for an investigation, and she said she had recommended you to the president as somebody who could conduct such an investigation. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I can't recall the extent to which she gave me a background of the state of affairs of Eskom per se. Having said that, I and every other South African was very much aware of the state of Eskom at that time. No one had any other idea than it was in a crisis and it was an impending national calamity. So it didn't need much elaboration.
So that Eskom was facing serious challenges was well known at the time. And you might not have asked for too much detail because you knew that Eskom had serious challenges. Is that right?
Not quite, Mr. Chairman. She would have offered some information around insights that she might have had. I don't remember specifically any pertinent insights at that meeting that she had. There was more of that on the 8th, but she would have had some views on Eskom. But I had a fair understanding of, as everyone in the country had an understanding of what was going on at Eskom.
Did she say who had come up with the idea of an inquiry or an investigation at Eskom? At that stage, did she mention to you?
I cannot remember the words, but there was absolutely no idea, no other idea than she had been asked to broach this by the president. So if there was one person who had told her to do it, it was the president.
Yes. Yes, please continue, Mr. Seleka.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, we understand from your statement that you also did your own independent, research or background research into Eskom's affairs?
I did. I started doing some research that evening and into the next day on the Saturday the 7th. But that research was limited to desktop research, maybe media articles. I went on the Eskom site and I printed out copies of some of the, for example, the photographs of directors and maybe some structure, maybe press releases. I can't remember specifically, but I would have done some more work after I left there on the 6th, prior to the 8th.
Yeah. So to the extent that...
Mr. Seleka,
thank you, sir.
I think it's time for the break. We're at 20 past. We'll take this short tea adjournment. We'll resume at 25 to 12.
Thank you, Chairperson.
We adjourn.
indication by you that you would have come up with the areas affected by the investigation and in which the executives would have to be suspended.
Not at the stage on the 6th or the 7th. So on the 6th or the 7th, I would have been conscious, whether it was by suggestion or my own intuition, that if one was going to investigate entities such as Eskom with the allegations that were apparent at that time, I would propose that the key players were removed as a precautionary suspension during that investigation.
Okay, so that
would be my belief.
Thank you, Mr. Linnell. So that exercise you would have done after, in days following, shall I put it that way?
Correct.
Okay.
After the 6th.
Yes, thank you. So going back to your affidavit, on the 6th, you say the president didn't meet with you in that meeting. You understood that he had left for his residence in KZN. Can you take the chairperson from then on to how the next meeting was arranged?
When I left the presidency on the afternoon of the 6th, I was already it was already clear in my mind I would be traveling to Durban on the 8th to then meet him. So effectively, what I thought was the purpose of the meeting on the 6th was postponed and transferred to Durban on the 8th.
And you would have understood that from Ms. Zondo Commission.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So this meeting on the 6th, apart from you and Ms. Zondo Commission, there was nobody else who attended the meeting?
There was no one else, Mr. Chairman.
Apparently, you had a discussion with Mr. Zola-Tsotsi on the 6th or on the 7th, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, my first awareness of Mr. Tsotsi would have been on the morning of the 7th. I either was given his telephone number or he had my number and phoned me. And it was clear that he was also then going to be at the meeting on the 8th. And I asked him during that meeting if he could obtain the key company documents that we would need if we were going to have that meeting on the 8th, which he undertook to do.
At the meeting of the 6th of April at the President's residence between you and Ms. Mieni, had Ms. Mieni mentioned Mr. Zola-Tsotsi, the chairperson of the Eskom board, in any way? Or is that something you can't remember?
Not to my recollection. I don't think his name was mentioned.
Yes.
Not that I can recollect.
Okay, all right. Please continue, Mr. Slager.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, the conversation with Mr. Tsotsi, how would it have come about? If mention was not made of him. Sorry, if mention was not made of him in the meeting on the 6th, how would your conversation with him have come about?
I can't remember, Mr. Chairman, but what I do recall, simply because at the time I was able to go back and look at my phone records, I had a telephone conversation with him on the Saturday morning, the 7th. I didn't recall that, but my telephone records demonstrated that. So from that moment, I had to try and work out what had been the conversation. Bear in mind that I was only reflecting on this maybe a year or so later. It wasn't relevant at that time to think about that. So I was having to recollect when was my first engagement with him.
Is it
I
apparent?
haven't got any other notation.
Sorry. Is it apparent from your telephone records who initiated the call?
I can't recall that, Mr. Chairman. The process I adopted is when this issue became an issue, I needed to go back and work out what had happened. And the only way I could do that is look for source information on my computer and on my phone. And that is the reason I was able to find the photograph which I'd taken on the 6th and subsequently transferred that to my computer. So much of my early recollections of this was taken from trying to find out a starting point and work back from then.
Yes. So what was your conversation with him about?
I can't recall, Mr. Chairman. Certainly it pertained to me requesting copies of corporate documentation, which I asked if he would bring to Durban. So I was aware he was coming during that conversation to Durban. And it might have only been at about that time I knew he was coming to Durban. So my recollection is when I left on the 6th. At that moment, I didn't know he was going to be there. I didn't think that anyway. So maybe it was an introductory type conversation, who am I and who's he? I don't think I'd heard of his name particularly before that. And I asked him for the documents. I think that was the end of the conversation.
Yeah. So that incident is referred to in paragraph 14 of your affidavit, page 31. Paragraph 14, which reads, during the following day, Saturday, 7 March 2015, of course, which is not inserted there, Mr. Tsotsi either called me or I was provided his contact number, but I requested from him company documents and policies, which would be required for proposing the inquiry and its terms. During the exchange, it was evident he will also be at the meeting in Durban on Sunday, 8 March 2015. You see that?
Correct.
Well, I would have asked you who provided you with his number.
That is correct.
Yeah, I would be asking you who provided you with the number.
I don't know. When one looks at when one looks at paragraph 14, Mr. Linnell, one gets the impression that the person who had the need for a conversation or discussion was you rather than him, because you point out that you requested from him company documents and policies. That might suggest that you would have called because you wanted to get those documents in preparation for the meeting in Durban the following day. Does that help you remember whether you called him or it doesn't help you?
No, I don't think that would be a correct assumption. I'm stating in that paragraph that arising out of that conversation, I asked him for documents. He might have phoned me, and I might have phoned him. It wasn't particularly relevant to me who initiated the call at that time.
Yes.
Yes. And the documentation were exchanged with you. You did receive documentation from him.
Mr. Chairman, the next morning, and it might be referred to in one of the documents, but I go from recollection. So the next morning, which would be Sunday morning, when I was traveling to Durban for this scheduled meeting, he sent me delegations of authority documents. I think there were 2. And that's the only ones I got, as I recall, from Mr. Tsotsi at that time.
Okay, just to assist you, Mr. Nick Linnell, we have emails sent to you on page 530 and 529 by email dated 8 March 2015.
What is the page number?
Page 530, which is the first email, according to the timestamp, and then page 529. Let's start at page 530, Mr. Nick Linnell.
I'm just getting there, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, I'm nearly ready.
It's all right.
I can carry on because I recollect the
Yes.
documents.
Yeah, the email comes from Mr. Zola Tsotsi. It's addressed to yourself, Nick L at the project office.co.za, 8 March 2015. The timestamp is 11:57.57. It says, "Hi Nick, herewith are the docs as discussed. Regards, Zola." Now, it's not apparent from this email what are the
That is
docs.
correct. I would have,
Carry on.
yes, I did. That is the document I received, and together as attachments on that document were the delegations of authority policy and the delegated powers policy or procedures.
Yeah, there's another email if you go to page 529. Page 529, so it's a page before. The time,
That was 529.
yes, the timestamp on that one is 11:59.19. So it would have come after the one we referred to just now. So that one seems to be specifically dealing with the delegation of authority. Also on the 8th of March 2015, you see that?
I'm looking at page 531. Am I on the wrong page?
529.
530?
5,
529.
yes.
Yes, 529 is the one I've just referred to. Attached to that document, I did get that, and it had the delegations of authority and delegated powers attached to that email. I received that.
Yes. If you could please go back to page 530.
530?
Yes. Where the email simply says, "Here are the docs as discussed." You were there? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe I received that email, and there's no attachments.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you
There's no
about.
Sorry?
I say that's exactly what I was going to ask you about.
I believe I received that email, but there were no attachments.
Thank you. Shall we move on then to the meeting on Sunday, 8 March 2015? Were you traveling from Cape Town to Durban?
From Joburg?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Or was it
I'm
from
sorry.
Joburg?
Cape Town.
Or did you go back to Cape Town on the 6th?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought you traveled from Joburg to Durban. Okay. Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, what time was the meeting? No, let me ask you this way. What time did you arrive, more or less, at the President's residence in Durban?
I think it was probably about just before midday, thereabouts. I think just prior or thereabouts to midday.
I see.
What time had the meeting been scheduled for?
I cannot recall, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I guess whatever time it was, probably you were not late. Probably you came more or less on time.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it didn't. My experience with meetings such as this, and from my experience of the day before, the scheduled time of the meeting does not necessarily dictate when it starts. So I got there, I took the earliest flight to get there, and I went straight there. It's Presidency in Durban North.
Yeah.
Morningside, I think, is the address.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Morningside would not be Durban North, but yeah, it is in Durban, Morningside. Gauteng Joburg has their own Morningside too.
Indeed, Chair. Yes. Did you hear, Mr. Linnell? We can carry on.
I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying Morningside in Durban is not in Durban North, but Morningside is in Durban, and Gauteng has got its own Morningside too.
Yes, it was the one in Durban, correct.
Yeah.
A fleshy suburb, Mr. Linnell.
Sorry,
A fleshy suburb. Oh, you
I
can.
missed that.
A fleshy suburb.
I can't hear that.
He says a fleshy suburb. A fleshy
Oh, a
suburb.
flashy subject.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, to digress, the house is not a flashy state property.
Oh, okay.
Well, I hope you're going to hear me. I'm carrying on. When you arrive at the President's residence, who do you find there?
To my recollection, there was Dudu Mieni, Mr. Tsotsi, Mr. Dudu Mieni's son, Talenta, and another gentleman whose name I recollected or discovered later called Jabo. So that was the group that met.
Yeah. Did you go right away into the meeting upon your arrival?
Did I, sorry?
Did you go right away into the meeting upon your arrival?
We went straight into the meeting on my arrival. I recollect it was just in one of those ante-rooms, and everyone congregated in that room, and then it followed a discussion. It wasn't a formal, I think it was like a lounge.
Was the President a part of that group upon your arrival?
He was not. No, Mr. Chairman.
So when you arrive at the President's private residence, who welcomed you?
You said private residence.
Just to clarify that.
I think it's official residence.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was it the official resident, Durban official residence? Or was it a private
Yes.
residence,
It is,
or you don't know?
It is a state house, correct?
State house,
okay.
okay.
I beg your pardon.
It is a state house. I think Ms. Mieni welcomed me, and she was the, call it the coordinator of that meeting.
Yes.
And when you say that, Mr. Linnell, namely that she was the coordinator of that meeting, you must be quite clear what you're talking about, because you know what a coordinator does, isn't it?
I think in terms of coordinating, insofar as what I do, Mr. Chairman, will become relevant as we get into this, further into my affidavit, but her coordination was, call it the chairman or the person facilitating the meeting. I would call her a facilitator, probably not
Yes.
coordinator.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So she would have, I mean, using those concepts, coordinator, facilitator, she would have arranged this meeting.
Most definitely.
And
When I say most definitely, Mr. Chairman, that is my perception, yes.
Certainly, as far as you were concerned, because she was the one who asked you to come to the meeting in Durban.
That is correct.
Mr. Linnell, just relate to the chairperson then, what gets to be discussed in this meeting?
It was, my understanding in advance was to discuss the details of the proposed inquiry and to meet the President with regard to discussing the proposed approach to it. So it was to meet the President, but it was also to meet and discuss what you were going to say to the President.
Yeah. So this time around, you went into the details of the inquiry. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct also that this time around, the suspension would now have been pointedly discussed?
That is correct.
Can you recall how many executives it was envisaged would be suspended?
Oh, Mr. Slager, can we do it this way? Can you tell me the main features of the discussions that took place in that meeting? The main points that were discussed at that meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I think to start off with, there was further discussion about the state of Eskom, and to my recollection, Jabu had some documents, one of which I saved to my computer on that same day, and I provided the Commission with that document, and that related to that document. That was one document, but there was discussion around some documents which referred to the state of Eskom at that time. So discussion around what was happening at Eskom was part of the discussion, and that led to an affirmation that an inquiry into Eskom would be what was the proposal. And from that moment, we went in to discuss in the same session what the proposed approach would be to that inquiry, with the expectation that this would be put to the President for his assent.
So the discussion was that there would be an inquiry at Eskom, and that this would be put to the President, is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And
If I might, if I might mention, Mr. Chairman, it wasn't so much a gathering to work out a proposal to propose to the president. The expectation was make sure that the proposal we give the president fits his expectation. So it was preparatory to discussing it with the president rather than as a discussion just to have an inquiry and then let's put it to the president as a sequel. It was preparatory to a meeting with him.
I see you don't mention any suspension of executives when I ask you to tell me the main features of or points of that conversation. Is that because there was no discussion about the suspension of certain executives?
Mr. Chairman, there was definitely an extended discussion about suspensions. It would have started with the principle of suspensions and why that was a good approach. And then it would have been, given that suspensions were a good approach, which functionaries would be the appropriate people to suspend, that being premised on the heads of those departments, which one would be looking into. And subsequent to that, and I think it was part of that same conversation, the names of those individuals in those positions would have been provided. But it started off as saying there has to be an inquiry. Inquiry needs to have the people in key positions set aside for the duration of the inquiry. Which functionaries should that be? And then finally, who are those functionaries?
Yes, so why didn't you mention the suspensions as having been discussed as well earlier on?
Did I not do that, Mr. Chairman?
You didn't, that's why I asked you, and yet I think it's such an important item. You didn't mention it, that's why I asked you whether the reason why you didn't mention it was because it was not discussed.
Can I refer to my various statements? But
Yeah, you can refresh your memory.
Should I assist
Yes,
in
you can
terms of
assist.
page numbers?
You can assist.
Mr. Linnell, you can turn to page 26.2. That is of your supplementary statement.
I'm looking at black numbers. Which page?
26.2. Paragraph 12.
The black number?
Yes,
12.
black numbers, we'll be referring to the black numbers all the time.
If I may repeat again, 26.2.
Page 26.2.
Yes, paragraph 12.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, I've got a hard copy of that document.
Oh, that will be page 2 of it. Page 2 of that document.
And I'm looking at paragraph?
12. It reads suspensions.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, paragraph 12 reads, suspensions were considered during the meeting of the 8th of March. Precautionary suspensions would have been a standard approach that I would have considered. I would have considered key areas of the business that the inquiry would focus on, and also whether anyone in particular in those areas may have had the propensity to interfere or have such a presence as to create the perception of potentially impeding the investigation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did mean to mention it. It is in my statement that we discussed suspensions.
Okay. Now, in this meeting, do you remember what points you might have, what important points you might have made yourself during that discussion, and on what issues they related to?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would have had in my mind fixed perceptions of my preferred approach. And as we will see from my statement as we go through it, and it was mentioned in the presence of the President later on, that there were certain conditions if one was going to do an inquiry of this nature. For example, it had to be independent, it had to be external, it had to be transparent, it had to be free of internal and external influences. Those were not conditions, they were proposals that I said would need to be in an inquiry of this nature, and they were discussed and they were further mentioned in the presence of the President when he joined the meeting, or when he joined the meeting later. So yes, I gave certain.
So did the President join the meeting at some stage?
Yes, maybe it was an hour or two later, Mr. Chairman, I can't recall, but it was a period later. I think early in the afternoon, we were in one room and we were then told to go to another room, and he joined in that other room. So we got to the other room first, he then joined it. It was another lounge environment, and the group then presented to him the proposed inquiry's approach.
So, it looks like there were two meetings, the one without the President in one room and another meeting in another room with the President, but discussing the same issues. Obviously, the second one can be seen maybe as a continuation of the first one, but the composition of the people who attended the one meeting excluded the President, and the composition of the second meeting included the President. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. So he was added to the second meeting, but it wasn't so much a continuation. It was, first meeting was to
like a caucus.
Agree a consensus that would inform him what was going to be proposed. So he wasn't involved in a discussion as much as this is what is proposed, and he asked a limited number of questions, as I recall, and then he agreed, and that agreement included agreement that each of the people in that meeting needed to do certain subsequent steps thereafter.
Okay, just to separate, let's finish off with the meeting without the President. So what was the conclusion of that meeting that did not involve the President?
That there would be that it would be proposed to the President that there would be an inquiry, that I would coordinate that inquiry, that it would be an in-depth inquiry and all the things I've just mentioned, and the
transparency.
Top three executives would be suspended. And if I might further add that all this was context on the basis that the proposals included that the President would be asked to seek the agreement or consensus with the Minister. The Chairman would seek the support and agreement of the Board. And in addition to that, it would require the approvals as necessary of the Minister of Finance.
Yes. Now, at that first meeting, you said the people who attended were yourself, Ms. Mieni, Mr. Zolatsotsi, Ms. Mieni's son, Talente, as well as another man you referred to as Jabu. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
In that meeting, you said that Ms. Mieni played the role of, I think, chairperson or facilitator. Is that correct?
That is correct. Well, it was an informal meeting, but
Yeah.
she was...
The meeting centered around, she was the person who was directing the discussion, or not really?
That is correct.
Yes. Now, you did speak at that meeting, did you?
I did, correct.
Yes, yes. And did Mr. Zolatsotsi also speak at the meeting? At that meeting?
He did, yes.
Did
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Did Talente speak at that meeting?
Not to my recollection.
And did,
I'm not sure what he was there for.
yes, but did Jabu speak at that meeting as well?
Very much so. I think he would be in the source of a lot of the information.
Yes. Now, did you end up finding out what his surname was, Jabu, or did you not get to know that?
I don't recall ever asking who he was, other than I was introduced to him by name, but after that I did not recollect his name.
Yeah.
I only recollected his name when I was looking at the documents. But my perception during that meeting of who he was maybe incorrectly, but like the Secret Service. He had very incisive information about Eskom, which to me would have been someone who had internal knowledge of Eskom's workings.
Now,
But
when...
that was just a perception in my mind.
Yes. Now, when the meeting moved to another room where you were joined by the former president, did all of you move into that other room, including Ms. Mieni's son and Jabu?
I believe so, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Siliga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Linnell, was this your first meeting with Mr. Tsotsi? In terms of you first,
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
you were meeting him for the first time.
That is correct.
Were the issues pertaining to load shedding touched upon in this meeting?
They would have been one of the biggest concerns discussed at that meeting.
And who would have spoken about the issues pertaining to load shedding of those present in the meeting?
I can't recall specifically. It was a consensus of view that load shedding and the risk of a so-called blackout were very much on everyone's minds at the time. So I don't think anyone came with a view of an agenda point of load shedding, so much as it was on everyone's mind that load shedding was a major risk.
Okay, are you still on that statement? Because I could pick it up from there and see what, whether this can't jolt your memory. On that same page, in the bundle is 26.2, it's page 2 on your separate document. Paragraph 10, well, let me start at 9. It says 8, I beg your pardon. It says, however, Mr. Tsotsi's reference to Mr. Myeni at the meeting jogged my memory with regard to another person present, but not mentioned by Mr. Tsotsi, a young black African male, possibly named Jabu. He was not specifically introduced, but clearly he had insight and sources of people at Eskom. In addition, Jabu, I think, had a number of documents that dealt with alleged events at Eskom. These were largely from unidentified sources and unverified content. These were things that an investigation would identify, but in part, some of the allegations did not provide some value in scoping an approach to the investigation. Does this help you remember who would have talked about issues relating to load shedding?
Mr. Chairman, to the extent that Jabu might have mentioned anything specific related to load shedding, it would have been in relation to Duva or Kusili or Medupi and problems that they were having. So they wouldn't have been about load shedding, but they would have been the inherent causes of load shedding. So I would have thought he had some insights into, at that level, load shedding was the culmination of the problems within Eskom as opposed to the issue itself. We were going to investigate why there was load shedding, not that there was load shedding.
I see. So the president then meets or comes to join you at some point, and you move into a different room.
Oh, they move into a
Correct.
different room first, and then the president joins.
Yes, did you hear what the chairperson said?
Yeah, I'm saying they move to a different room first, and then
Yes.
the president joins in that room. You said the president joins, and then they move to a different room.
Yes, no, I'm looking
think
at him.
Which is which? Did the president join you first, and then you moved to another room, or did you move to another room and the president joined you in that room?
The latter, Mr. Chairman, that is, I think, the quorum that you are in the meeting room before he comes in, and so you are waiting his presence. I think that's the way they like to do it. There was no, otherwise he could have joined the room we were in, but we had to go to another room and he joined us in that room.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you, chairperson. So when he joins then in this other room, you present to him what the group without him had discussed.
Or maybe let's start with, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting Mr. Selega.
Okay.
I guess that that is your group now, you and the other people who had attended the first meeting, when you came to the other room now where the president subsequently joined you, I take it that you had finished talking about what you were going to propose or tell the president, and whatever discussion might have happened, it was just some discussion, but otherwise you had enough time to finalize what you would be telling him. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think if I recollect, we would have almost run out of a conversation before we went to this other room. So there was a sense of waiting for the moment when you met the president. It wasn't as if we hadn't concluded. We had wrapped up the conversation where we were waiting for his meeting.
About how long did the first meeting take, if you are able to remember?
I would have left there around 4 o'clock-ish, and if we got there at about 11-ish, the whole lot had been about 4 or 5 hours. So, but a lot of that, this meeting wasn't like sitting around a board meeting. This was a discussion, so
You were
there were
discussing as
times
long
that
as you
the
were
conversation-
together. You were discussing
Everyone was in the same room.
as long as you were together.
Correct.
So, but when you moved to the other room, are you able to say that you had been in the first room for about an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, or are you not able to say?
I would say 3 or 4 hours would have been
Before you moved to the other room?
But if I might, in the other room, the people I mentioned were in the other room for about 3 or 4 hours. Now, Mr. Chairman, I say that doesn't necessarily imply a productive 4 or 5 hour meeting.
Yes, yes.
In that time, there's a lot of waiting.
Yeah. No, that's all right. And then the time you spent in the second room now, before the president came, are you able to indicate it was 30 minutes, 15 minutes, or an hour, or are you not able to say that?
Maybe 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman,
Oh, okay.
almost immediately.
Oh, okay. And then that meeting now, the second meeting, how long did it take, if you are able to give an estimate, before you concluded and could leave?
30 minutes, maybe, Mr. Chairman.
About 30 minutes.
It wasn't long.
It wasn't long. Okay, all right.
It wasn't
Mr.
long.
Seleka?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And in this meeting, Mr. Linnell, what gets to be discussed with the president?
It was more a presentation to him that this was the proposed approach. So I think the expectation, I would imagine in his mind, was there's going to be an investigation. How are you going to do it? Rather than, that would have been the nature of it. It was a discussion about, this is the proposed approach.
Yeah, so the question wasn't, should we have an investigation or not? It was a question of, we are going to have it, but how are we going to carry it out?
I would think that's the correct perspective, correct, Mr. Chairman.
During that second meeting, when you say it took about 30 minutes, was the president in that meeting for more or less that time?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we went into that room and I think we probably waited for him absent-mindedly with nothing to talk about for about 5 minutes. We were waiting for his entrance.
Yes.
Then when he entered, he was probably there with us for 30 minutes and then he left and then we left.
Also, the 30 minutes, so he would have spent about 25 minutes or so with you in the meeting, but when he left, that was the end of the meeting and you left.
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Seleka.
Thank you, Chair. It will come back to you. Mr. Linnell, so I asked about the inquiry. Along with that, I want to ask about the suspension. Was that also discussed in the presence of the president?
It was, correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, can I take it that the group which had attended the first meeting made a presentation to the president to say, we have had a discussion, these are the main points that we think this is what needs to be done. This is what we believe needs to be done. Is that how it happened?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. I think the introductories would have been done by Ms. Mieni. And as I recall, they're kind of jovial banter. It wasn't, in a sense, austere. It was there's a jovial nature to it, but he knew what the meeting was about. I mean, it wasn't as if, what are you here to tell me? It was the extension of what are you here to tell me? So I think Ms. Mieni probably started that, but everyone had a say in that. Probably Jabu might he might not have even said anything in that meeting, I can't remember. But he was present in it. Meeting. So the people who would have, I'm sorry?
Did you say Jabu might not have attended the second meeting?
No. He attended the meeting, but I don't recollect him being a vocal person in that meeting.
Okay.
That might have been a cultural subservience. I'm not sure, but the people who spoke more at that meeting would have been Ms. Mieni, Mr. Tsotsi, and myself.
Well, Mr. Tsotsi gave evidence here and said when the president came in, he spoke in isiZulu and said, "Sizokhuluma ngani," or something to that effect. Now, I don't know whether you know isiZulu or not. Do you remember whether the president said anything in isiZulu when he came in?
No, I would not remember, Mr. Chairman. There was a jovial introduction.
Yeah.
But what anyone said in that introduction, I wouldn't recall.
Yes, okay. No, that's fine. Sizokhuluma ngani would have been, what are we talking about, or what is the discussion about? But Mr. Tsotsi also said it was quite clear that the former president knew exactly what the issues were, which is what you are saying as well.
Mr. Chairman, if that is the interpretation of what he said to Mr. Tsotsi, then it wasn't in that context. It was quite clear that we all knew what we were discussing there.
Yes, no. Yes, I think Mr. Tsotsi said that the former president did say in isiZulu something to the effect that, or asking what the discussion was about, but Mr. Tsotsi also followed up by saying it was quite clear he knew what the meeting was about and what the issues were. That's what he said. So that latter part seems to be consistent with what you are saying as well.
Mr. Chairman, I think it goes further. So the answer is absolutely, I agree with Mr. Tsotsi. But the context of the meetings before that, and even on the 6th, the context was the president wants an investigation.
Yes.
It wasn't as if one was going to say to him, we've got a good idea, we're going to have this investigation.
Yes.
The context was the president wants an investigation into Eskom.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. So as you say in your affidavit, Mr. Linnell, the President was clearly familiar with the purpose of the meeting.
That is correct.
I mean, if a question is asked, Mr. Linnell, that did you at any stage ask yourself, or even ask Ms. Mieni, you are not at Eskom, you are at SAA. How is it that you are coordinating or facilitating or convening this meetings that would deal with issues pertaining to Eskom and not SAA? Did you ask yourself that question, or did you ask Ms. Mieni that question?
I did not ask her the question, but only because I would have, in my mind, had a very clear understanding of the answer to that question had I asked. To my mind, Ms. Mieni is, and publicly said to be, a close confidant and political ally of the President. And to the extent that she is also the SAA chairman is because she is a confidant and political ally of the President. And so her role there was not as the chairman of SAA, was there because of the same reasons that she's a chairman of SAA, is because she is a confidant and political ally of the President. So whether she was doing his bidding insofar as Eskom or SAA or anywhere else, that was my understanding. So she was not there, had nothing to do with SAA. She was there because she was his intermediary. And she plays that same role in other domains. So I didn't need to ask the question. That was very clear in my mind why that was the case.
I see. So you say she played the same role in other domains?
In the sense that she has been the chairman of the Protection Board, she's been the chairman of SAA and possibly other entities. But I was very conscious of the fact that she is politically connected, and to that point, as we go through this, you'll see right from that moment, I was conscious that we were dealing with an entity, but there were politically connected personalities involved. And from the moment of my first memorandum to the board and throughout to the terms of reference, they impose certain degrees of independence, objectivity, impartiality, and elimination or dilution of any political interference. So I was conscious of the dynamics at that meeting, and they carried through into what I did afterwards.
Yeah, but is it not ironical that this, I mean, the very conduct on their part smacked as political interference, nothing else?
It could do if you looked in retrospect, but at the time, my perception was this is excellent. The president, who is duty bound to sort out these things, is taking an initiative and doing something. And in my mind, having an inquiry into Eskom was a very necessary, urgent activity. Insofar as it might also have been politically motivated, I would have been conscious of the political connections of it all, because we all are. And because of that, I would have made sure in what I did those connections were limited.
Some of us have no political connection.
Well, Mr. Chairman, everything in this country has a political undertone to it. And one comes to anticipate that. And in this instance, I was conscious of that. And I made sure that what I thought would limit that over the course of the inquiry would be limited. But it wasn't like a threat. It wasn't something that I was just aware of it.
Of course,
trouble my mind. I expect those things.
Of course, one would expect the president of the country to be concerned with challenges in an entity such as Eskom, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, in my mind, this was exactly the right thing he ought to be doing. This was his, I think we heard it on the tapes, this was his job.
Of course.
This is what was expected of him.
Of course, how he or she, whoever the president is, goes about handling that might be a different thing, but being concerned about what's happening at Eskom would be legitimate. Would you accept that?
I lost your...
The last part of it. I'm saying how a president, whether it's he or she, handles issues relating to Eskom might be a different issue, but that a president should be concerned about challenges at an entity such as Eskom would be a legitimate concern. Is that right?
It very much should be his concern.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, may I develop that point, Mr. Linnell, because it is one thing to express concern, it's another thing how you deal with the issue. You understand that? Okay.
I do.
Yes. We've included in your bundle Ms. Mieni's statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. And I want to make reference to that statement because in her statement, she says the president was not involved in these meetings. Well, in particular, the meeting in Durban. You've seen that?
I have seen that, correct. Not correct. I have seen it in her statement.
Yeah, but she also says, why would the president meddle, and I'm paraphrasing, meddle in the manner in which it is alleged by Mr. Tsotsi? The president should write to the minister and say, propose certain steps to be taken. So this goes to the...
Comment on,
Okay, sorry, let me give you a chance.
to comment on that, I did see what she said in her statement. I would not agree with that. I think my perception is whether the president works directly through his ministers or he works in parallels is his discretion, as long as he does it for the right reasons, the right purposes. So in this case, one might think ministers should have been in that meeting. That did not perplex me one little bit. To my mind, he was taking an initiative. That is what he should be doing. But by the end of that meeting, one of the, call it the requirements, if that is not disrespectful, was the president had to contact the minister, share the discussions with her, and in a sense, seek her concurrence to it. That was an outcome deliverable of that meeting with him.
Now, this point where Ms. Mieni says in her statement, Mr. Zuma did not take part in that meeting, and you say he did take part, and you were both, that is yourself and Ms. Mieni, were in the same meeting. It's quite strange. Are you quite clear in your own mind that President Zuma was at that meeting and took part in the meeting?
Without any doubt, Mr. Chairman.
Are you able to remember some of the points he raised or some of the questions he asked? And if so, tell me.
I can tell you the gist of it, Mr. Chairman, but I can't be specific.
Yes, no, I don't mean you must
He would be a man of few words.
I don't mean you must be,
Sorry?
you must tell me verbatim. I don't mean verbatim. I just mean you can just tell me the points in your own words.
The gist of it was he asked, I would say, half a dozen questions, and that was it. And then finally he said, I would, and I'm paraphrasing what he would have said at the end, go and do it. Something like that. But his contribution to the meeting would have been 5 or 6 questions, which I assumed at the time were kind of testing his understanding of what we were saying.
Okay, Mrs. Lega will ask you also about Ms. Mieni's version about her son having been there.
Chair, may I allow the chair to do so?
Ms. Mieni also denies that her son Talente was at the meeting. What do you say about that? You said her son Talente was at the meeting. She says no, her son was not at the meeting. What do you say about that?
My recollection, he was at the meeting, but I think I said in my statement, he was present at the meeting. He wasn't a participant in the meeting.
Yeah, I think you say he
makes
did
any
not.
sense.
You say he did not play any active role. He was just present.
He was present. It was as if he was in his normal surroundings. It wasn't. You were quite comfortable just being there.
Well, also you testified that there was this other gentleman referred to as Jabu. Mr. Tsotsi gave evidence and said he knows Jabu quite well, I think he said, but he says he has no recollection that Jabu was at that meeting. What do you say about that?
My recollection is Jabu was at that meeting and played a role in the meeting. I didn't know that, I was not aware that Mr. Tsotsi knew Jabu.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, talking of Jabu, which you subsequently did a Google search and you found that is Jabu Maswanganyi, was this your first and last time you met with him?
When I did my submission originally to Parliament, I had no recollection of hearing or seeing him again. So it was when I found the document, which is part of the bundle, and I did the metadata search on, that gave me a kind of name. That led me to track who he was, and that led me to ultimately conclude that he was either in Johannesburg at Mr. Tsotzi's house the next week when we had the various meetings around the 9th, 10th, 11th. My recollection, he would have probably been there, but I wouldn't swear to it that he was definitely there. But I communicated by email with him in the subsequent weeks. But that is because I found the documents, not that I originally recollected communicating with him. My recollection came from me finding documents where he and I had exchanged emails
Okay.
the following week.
So let's be clear on that. You know from your emails that you did exchange emails with him after the 8th of March 2015.
Correct.
So there are emails exchanged between the two of you.
Correct.
Yes. You have a faint recollection that you might have met with him at Mr. Tsotzi's house in Joburg.
If anyone denied that, I'm not going to get into an argument with them about it. But my sense is, for example, if I can answer it this way, when I was told about the meeting, the so-called secretive meeting on the 16th, my recollection is probably he told me about that meeting, which would have been a verbal communication because that's not in writing. So when I put all that together, my sense is he would have passed through Mr. Tsotzi's house at a time that I would have been there in that or the subsequent week.
I see.
So, with regard to whether you met him at Mr. Tsotzi's house after the 8th of March 2015, you are not sure about that. But with regard to whether he attended the meeting in Durban, you are sure about that? You are not sure about that as well, or what is the position?
I'm sure about that, and what reinforces that in my mind is the document I saved to my computer on the 8th originates from him as well. So, in a sense, if in one's own memory you need to corroborate a perception, it corroborated my perception.
Mr. Slegger, do you know where that document is in the bundle that Mr. Linnell is talking about?
Yes, sir.
It would be good to identify it.
Yes, Chair.
Now.
Thank you. Let me try to find it. Mr. Linnell, you could assist.
I'm just looking for it. I think it's probably in the original parliamentary annexes. I think it could be attached to the second supplementary, if I recall. Or the second supplementary, yes.
Second. The second supplementary only deals with your identification of him, of Mr.
Okay.
Jabu Maswangani.
Yeah, that is the document we're talking about. I'll have to find it. It's in the bundle, I'm pretty sure.
Just remind me, what does it deal with again?
I'm sorry?
Just remind me, what does it deal with?
So the document pertains to Coburg, and maybe Kusile, Duva, a couple of the other power stations, but it is clearly dated prior to, I think, May 2014, because it talks to maintenance at Koeberg to be done in May 14. So the document itself, it was not a recent document, but the purport of the document was to lay blame at the doors of two of the executives, both of whom were subsequently suspended.
Yes.
But are we able to find the document? Are we able to find the actual document?
It is, it should be here, Chairperson.
Or maybe we can continue and somebody might assist to look for it.
Yes. My investigator will obtain the document, Chairperson.
Well, maybe we can go back to it after lunch because
Yes.
it's 5 to 1, so maybe you can just move to other questions. Then after lunch, we can go back to it.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, I just wanted to quickly put through the version of Ms. Dudumieni, and then we can move on to you, because according to her, this meeting Mr. Tsotsi had with her in Durban, it was because Mr. Tsotsi was concerned about his own position, that the board was seeking to pass a motion of no confidence into him. Was that issue discussed in your meeting in Durban?
Definitely not. The first I heard about that is when I read this statement. That statement seems to suggest that there was a prior meeting,
Yes.
and I never heard about that either.
Did Ms. Mieni never mention to you either on the 6th of March when you met her in Pretoria, or 7th of March or 8th of March in Durban? Did she never say anything that indicated that these meetings were taking place because Mr. Tsotsi had been asking for assistance or guidance or advices from her as to how to handle certain issues at Eskom?
Mr. Chairman, to the contrary, my perception was Mr. Tsotsi was bordering on an unwilling participant in that meeting. He was doing his duty by being there, but I think he was uncomfortable being there.
Yes.
So if you suggest that it was at his behest the meeting was taking place, I would not agree with his behavior being in conformity with that.
So you say his demeanor at the meeting and the discussions gave you the impression that he was a reluctant participant in the meeting?
I don't want to place it too strongly, Mr. Chairman, but I think he was uncomfortable.
There seemed to be some discomfort that he had. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
But Mr. Chairman, it wasn't pertaining to him personally being uncomfortable about saying. I think it was his role at the meeting he was uncomfortable with, if I make that point. I think the suggestion in Ms. Mieni's statement is that he was perplexed because he was about to be removed from Eskom board. That isn't what I'm saying he was uncomfortable with. I think he was uncomfortable by being at that gathering. If I can make that point.
Yes, okay. Do you recall what Mr. Tsotse's first reaction was to the notion that certain executives should be suspended at that meeting in Durban. Do you recall what his initial reaction was to the notion that certain executives should be suspended?
He was very disturbed and argued quite strenuously against it.
And are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that.
Yes. Do you remember what he might have said as to why he was opposed to it? Or is that something you can't remember?
I'm not sure if I understand exactly what it was, but if I put it unkindly, and I don't mean to do it, my perception was you're not being strong enough. Now that is unfair and unkind, but he was just opposed, I think, to the disruption to the people concerned, and that was absolutely genuine. He was genuinely uncomfortable with that. And that's why, in my mind, I thought, unfairly, you're not tough enough for them. I didn't say that to anyone, but that was my feeling.
And his reaction to the idea that there should be an investigation or inquiry at Eskom or into the affairs of Eskom, do you recall what his reaction was to that proposal?
My perception was at the time that he was quite comfortable with the inquiry. He was uncomfortable with the suspensions. I see in his evidence, he has alluded to, he had previously wanted an inquiry himself. To my recollection on the 8th, I wasn't aware of that he had also wanted an inquiry. He might have said it, but that certainly didn't come through in my recollection that he wanted an inquiry.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Slur, or should we take the lunch adjournment?
Opportune
or
time.
Do you have a few questions before we adjourn?
I think it's an opportune time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We are going to take the lunch adjournment. It's 1 o'clock. We will resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. Two. Mr. Linnell, you can hear us?
I can hear you.
Thank you. So the storm apparently has passed. Yes. Just before the adjournment, we were looking for the document which is annexed to your second supplementary statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, which you have also submitted to us. The document titled Eskom Energy Crisis Load Sabotage. We have since emailed it to you now.
I've got it.
Chairperson, may I beg leave to hand it up? Thank you. Chairperson, with your permission, the document belongs with the second supplementary statement of Mr. Linnell, which is found on page 24. I beg your pardon, let me refer to the black
27.
pagination. Page 27.
Yeah, 24 is the red one.
That's correct, sir. 27, 28.
You want it to be put immediately after
Page 28.
page 28, and it will be page 28.1.
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
And 28.2. Mr. Linnell, you see the document, Eskom Energy Crisis Load Sabotage.
I do.
So you were busy explaining to the chairperson that this is a document, I think as I recall, you would have received from Jabu, Mr. Jabu Maswanganyi.
That is my recollection. So it was first, I found it by it's having been saved to my computer on the 8th of March, 2015. And although it's not authored in any apparent way, the metadata demonstrated where the document originated and came from. And that ultimately was Jabu.
Yes. You have familiarized yourself with the contents of this document.
I have indeed.
Are you able to, in a nutshell, relate to the chairperson what is contained in this document? Or should,
I will do. Mr. Chair, the document reviews a number of power plants within the Eskom group, but mainly deals with alleged corruption, maladministration, both at some of these plants, but also in respect of some procurement issues. And it appears to specifically target a number of individuals.
are you finished? Okay. Chair, may
Unless you
I?
want me to elaborate? Is that
Yes. May I read it quickly to the record?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Thank you. So, Mr. Linnell, I'm going to read it to the record. Quickly, I'll go through it. Introduction, say, Eskom has the total generation capacity of 43,000 megawatts. The current capacity is under strain due to the aging power plants. Yes, it's true that some of the load shedding was necessary to protect the grid from the blackout. But in recent years, load shedding has become a concern since it's driven by unclear factors this report will unveil how Eskom executives collides with the contractors to sabotage load capacity, creating what is known as load losses. Mr. Linnell, what do you understand with that paragraph?
I think it's relating some of the power outages directly to the performances of certain Eskom executives, and I think it's suggesting that there would be intentional behavior as well as normal maintenance backlogs.
Okay, so you're saying in addition to normal maintenance, load shedding could have been, I use the word, for lack of a better word, manipulated.
That is what the document appears to suggest, yes.
So what it means is there would have been incidents of load shedding which were not necessitated by the need to load shed, but merely done by some people within Eskom when there was no need to load shed.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. The one word used there is sabotage load, or the phrase is sabotage load capacity. So that would have quite a dire interpretation.
So when you were given this document, if you can recall, as you say, coming from Mr. Maswanganyi, what was the reason, what was his explanation in providing you with this document?
I cannot state, but my recollection of the conversation was this indicates intentional disruption of the power grid. The whole document as a whole indicates intentional disruption, and secondly, maladministration. So that in a sense is also intentional.
So that aspect would have become part of what you would later draft as the terms of reference for the inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, when I would have read this document, it would have conveyed to me that there was the possibility of intentional disruption as well as what one read frequently at that time, corruption as well. So these specific instances probably would have ended up as being followed through in the investigation, but what it indicated to me at that time that these were indicative of some substance, be it allegations that required to be investigated.
Yes.
So it was a meaningful document.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, but my question was, did sabotage, the load capacity sabotage, become part of the terms of reference that you would later draft?
I don't think that term was used in terms of reference. I think that would have been, I wouldn't have relied on this, the terminology of this document to direct the terms of reference. The terms of reference were more broadly framed, but they would have included this by anyone getting into the terms of reference. So the terminology I would have avoided because it's descriptive.
I see. Okay, the second paragraph, Western Cape gas-fired power station. Western Cape gas-fired power stations. Western Cape has 2 gas-fired power stations, Ankerlug, Saldanha, Saldanha, Gorukwa, Mossel Bay. Given the lack of adequate access to natural gas, the 2 power stations have been operating on diesel. The two power stations have been operating on diesel on a peak load basis, meaning that they are not always switched on. Well, you can see I'm correcting as I read there. They only operate during peak hours, which is from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. The two power stations have been converted to base load capacity, meaning that they now operate 24 hours non-stop. The reason for this conversion into a base load capacity is driven by the greed of Eskom executives to benefit from the diesel supply contracts and political sabotage through load sabotage. There again we see the concept load sabotage. Did you do anything to investigate what is being alleged in this document?
No, at this stage, they just form part of the input into me drafting the ultimate terms of reference. So all these issues would have been covered in one way or another in the terms of reference. But there were 2 points here, I think, which is significant. And again, it comes back to comment we were talking about before lunch, because this indicates greed, which is a form of corruption, but it also talks about political sabotage, which has another connotation altogether. So if you haven't, whether it's true or not, at this stage, it didn't matter. The implication was, if you were going to find out what was going on at Eskom, one had to be clear that influences on those scores were not going to interfere with getting to the bottom of it.
Yes, well, as we continue on the document, I'm reminded of what you said in your affidavit about the documentation given by you, or given to you, if not given, but at least shown to you by Mr. Jabu. If you could please go to page 32 of your, in the bundle, which is a page in your affidavit. Yeah. Paragraph 17 on page 32.
Yes, that is referring to this document.
It would have referred to, okay, let me read. It says, to the best of my recollection, Jabu had a number of documents that dealt with alleged events at Eskom. These were largely from unidentified sources and unverified content. These were things that an investigation would identify and were background in context. But in part, some of the allegations did not provide some value in scoping an approach to the investigation. So this document, you say, would fall under this category of documentation you're referring to?
If I understand what you're saying, this document would have supported that, what you've just read, that it would have formed an input into framing a terms of reference to get to the bottom of what was going on.
Yes, but the source of which was unidentified, the contents of which were unverified.
Yes, the document on the face of it is not authored. So when I got this, whoever authored this, and it may have been authored in phases because it's difficult to work out exactly when it was created. So my clause 17 you just read isn't, at the beginning of it, I say, Jabu gave certain documents. So at the end of it, when I comment that the source of these things is not clear, it's because I didn't want to attribute a source to this document because it's not clear. But yes, the import of this document was serious enough to be included in the terms of reference or the general grounds of terms of reference.
So you would have, in drafting the terms of reference, relied on this document?
I wouldn't have put, well, we have to check whether, my terms of reference is very detailed. And I would need to go and see if I put any direct references to this document in it. But typically, my terms of reference would have used generic terms rather than Karankura, Mossel Bay. I would not have been specific, but I would have covered the content of this in the terms of reference without doubt.
Yeah. So, one question. To the extent that the document forms part of your bundle or your statement, what was your intention about it?
Amongst others, these issues would need to be investigated.
Just repeat that.
And it was serious. Sorry. Amongst other reasons, the contents of this document would need to be investigated.
Yes.
So in addition to other issues, these would also have to be investigated.
Were they investigated?
There was no investigation to my knowledge. The terms of reference were aborted.
I see. What would you say to the chairperson should he approach this document?
Sorry, should he what?
How should the chairperson consider this document?
I would think it is a very important input into the determination to hold an inquiry, to make sure it's comprehensive, because it implies political as well as individual interference with the efficiency of the company, and it should be included in an investigation.
Yeah.
And that investigation would need to take account of the fact that there are parties involved who might be implicated in this document, both specifically and generally.
Yeah. Given that the document was given to you, what, some 5 years ago, and it did not, as I understand, explicitly form part of your terms of reference, the ones you drafted. One, and number two, that the inquiry that was envisaged at the time didn't take place. Is there any value to be placed on the document? Any weight, I beg your pardon?
I would disagree, Mr. Chairman. I would say that the terms of reference were comprehensive and would have covered every part of this document.
Your terms of reference, the ones you drafted, do you know whether or not Eskom did rely on those terms of reference to conduct?
They didn't.
Sorry, you may carry on.
They did not rely on those terms of reference. They rejected them.
Now, the terms of reference, I know you have exchanged them with Eskom. Let's see whether what we found on page 71 of the bundle before us
Mr. Seleka, we finished the meeting of the 8th in Durban, the second meeting?
No, Chair, we haven't finished.
Yes.
The document has.
Doesn't the document take us out
Yeah,
of the
maybe
context?
it's taking us away
I think
from.
we must try and finish
Yes.
what happened at the meeting.
Yes.
And then move on so that the sequence of events
Follows, indeed.
is the right one. Yeah.
Indeed. Mr. Linnell?
I'm with you.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay. That's all right. Okay, we will come back to your terms of reference because they come after your meeting with the board. So maybe let's follow the sequence for a moment. And as I go back to the sequence, I would like to quickly read out to you, just by way of completion, what Ms. Dudumieni says in her statement. And you find that on page 191. So that takes us back to the meeting of the 8th of March.
Okay.
Page 191, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. Just those paragraphs. Just to read them on record. I know we've put some of that version to you, Mr. Linnell, but I think they are more complete if you read them from the statement. Are you there on page 191?
Yeah, 191.
Yeah, paragraph 13, which starts with the factual inaccuracies of statement by Mr. Zola Tsotsi about meeting with me. You see that?
Yes.
Yes. The Roman 1 says, first, it is factually true that Mr. Tsotsi met me at his request as stated above, in Durban, but not in the presence of my son as he alleges. I met him in the presence of the person who was advising us legally. I introduced Mr. Tsotsi to Mr. Linnell. So you have already answered the chairperson in regard to whether or not Ms. Myeni's son was present in that meeting.
He was present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we know that the meeting did take place in Durban at the President's residence.
Correct.
Is that the official residence?
Sorry?
Is that the official
Yes, but
residence?
it was the State House.
The State
So
House.
it is official, yeah.
State House.
The next paragraph says, secondly, it is factually untrue that I was leading the meeting. Your comment quickly on that. Well, you have said that she was coordinator / facilitator.
Yeah, he said he was like
That
the
is correct.
chairperson. He was like the chairperson of that meeting, even though the meeting was informal. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yes.
She goes on to say, I did not outline any purpose of the meeting as alleged by Mr. Tsotsi. Is that correct?
That would not be correct.
She did?
Did she outline the purpose of the meeting?
Yes, not in a succinct way, but in a very broad, descriptive way. She most certainly did. It wasn't like an agenda item, but it was very clear what the discussion was about.
Yeah. She writes further and says about Mr. Tsotsi, he had wanted me to introduce him to a legal advisor who happens to be Mr. Linnell. I had already briefed Mr. Linnell why we had to meet the chairperson of Eskom. It turned out that most of the points I raised to Mr. Tsotsi was correct. According to Mr. Linnell, there were certainly no shortcuts, especially if you were worried about being removed and also if you had things to hide. Do you understand what she's talking about?
I can disagree with it. At that meeting, there was nothing to suggest at all that Mr. Tsotsi was under threat of removal. I only became aware of the threat to remove him the following week or the week after that. So 2 weeks afterwards was the first indication that anyone wanted to remove him. The second thing is, I would say, I would not have driven or flown on a Sunday all the way to Durban to meet Mr. Tsotsi to discuss the risk he perceived to the removal of him from the board of Eskom. That would hardly be within the type of function that I could assist him with.
I see.
So, so to the extent that Ms. Mieni says that she had already briefed you as to why the two of you had to meet the chairperson of Eskom, what, do you have something to say about that?
That would not be true.
Yes. What is the position?
I've been briefed to meet again with the president to discuss the approach to his idea of having an inquiry into Eskom.
Okay.
And as council had mentioned before the lunch break, I had done some preliminary research with regard to that, not with regard to Mr. Tsotzi's position.
When did you know for the first time that Mr. Tsotsi was going to be at the meeting?
I think on Saturday, the
7th.
7th, so following the morning of the meeting of the 6th, I had a telephone conversation with him on the morning of the 7th. At the end of that conversation, I understood he would be at the meeting.
So prior to that, had you not been told by anybody, including Ms. Mieni, that the Durban meeting would include Mr. Zola Tsotsi?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know now whether on Friday the 6th it was indicated during the meeting whether anyone else would have been at the 8th meeting.
Yeah.
But clearly I knew if I didn't know by the end of that day, I knew by the morning of the 7th.
Yes, continue, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. The chairperson has already asked those questions.
Yes.
I don't need to pursue them.
Yeah.
Thirdly, the former president was not part of my meeting with Mr. Tsotsi at any point. The president greeted us in the room where we were, and she goes on to say the burden of proving that the former president was part of the meeting rests on Mr. Tsotsi, who should provide the minutes or evidence of the former president's involvement in that meeting. Was the former president not part of the meeting?
Well,
I think you've answered that question.
He has already told us that. Yeah.
Yes.
He was present at the second part of the meeting, most certainly.
The next paragraph says, I need to say that being former president's official residence. You may or may not know this, Mr. Linnell. Her presence at the former president's official residence in Durban was as per a prior commitment for him, which had nothing to do with Eskom or SAA. You may or may not have a comment on that.
What I can say is there might have been for Mr. to be there. The reasons.
Figure 5 on page 192. She continues to write, says, furthermore, it is not true that I have had a prior knowledge of financial performance and operational matters of Eskom, other than the information Mr. Tsotsi voluntarily shared with me, including but not limited to load shedding. The claim by Mr. Tsotsi that I spoke about the war room of Eskom is totally untrue. Now, according to your recollection, Mr. Linella, and I think I asked the question early this morning regarding load shedding and who would have talked about aspects relating to load shedding.
Ms. Meany would have been involved and would have had a contribution on that topic.
Was anything mentioned about the financial performance and operational matters of Eskom?
Most definitely.
And who would have done the talking on those aspects?
Well, Jabu would have been one, Ms. Meany would have been one, and I'm quite certain Mr. Tsotsi would have contributed to that discussion.
And in your view, or not your view, but your recollection of how the meeting transpired, we may be asking this question again, but who would have been the main speaker on this point?
I can't say clearly. I think there was a discussion. I think Jabu was particularly informative, and he would have provided a lot of the discourse. Ms. Meany would have provided input. If anyone, maybe Mr. Tsotsi would have been subdued, but he would have contributed. But everyone contributed to the meeting. And the one thing I don't have a recollection at that time of the war room specifically. It certainly arose later, and it may have been discussed, but I don't particularly remember the war room.
I see. Then maybe I will read the next, Romans 6 as the last paragraph. It says, I should further state that the most pressing issue was not about Eskom, but was about Mr. Tsotsi himself. Prior to that meeting, he had shared with me his concern that the board wanted to get rid of him, and that some executive at Eskom should be dismissed. He therefore needed help of legal nature urgently. Well, that point is alluded to in one of the paragraphs preceding. I think you've already dealt with it.
Well, maybe let's start with
The
this
thrust of
first
the
one.
meeting was about Eskom.
Yes, let's start with that one. Is it true that the discussion or the meeting was about Mr. Tsotsi himself?
There was no discussion about Mr. Tsotsi himself.
Yes. The discussion was about Eskom.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, well, I guess what?
Mr. Chairman, if I could comment, my recollection is I arrived after the others, and I think that is my recollection. If they had a prior meeting, as this document here suggests, they had a prior discussion, I don't know anything about that discussion, but
Yes.
the discussions I was part of were and its operations.
Yes. Of course, when you say the discussion was about Eskom at the Durban meeting, that would be in line with your evidence on the discussion that Ms. Mieni had with you on the 6th at the President's official residence in Pretoria.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Because that discussion was about Eskom and not about an individual.
That is correct.
Yes, okay. Continue, Mr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chair.
Or maybe I could just say to finish that paragraph for you, Mr. Slinger.
Indeed, Chair.
The last sentence of Roman figure 6 on page 192 says that Mr. Tsotsi needed help of a legal nature urgently. In that meeting in Durban, did Mr. Tsotsi or did anybody talk about Mr. Tsotsi needing legal help himself as opposed to maybe Eskom?
None whatsoever, Mr. Chairman, and none followed.
Yes.
as an outcome of that meeting, if I'd been asked to join them for the meeting to discuss that assistance,
Yeah,
there was no assistance following that meeting. So
yes,
that supports the fact that it was not discussed.
yes. Continue, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, to complete on this, I wish to ask you to go to page 26.2. This is the supplementary statement which you have loosely before you.
I'm sorry, I
This is
moved
the
away
second
from that
supplementary.
page, Mr. Selega.
Page 26.2.
So you have moved away from 192.
I've moved away from that one, Chair.
Okay, I think there is one more thing to be put to Mr. Linnell. Mr. Linnell, Ms. Mieni says in Roman figure 7 at page 192 that she needs to reiterate that she did not know Eskom executives, nor did she know any of their acts of alleged wrongdoing. She says she was in that meeting to advise Mr. Tsotsi as a colleague at his behest, and hence she introduced him to a legal advisor at that meeting in Durban, which must be you. What do you say about her statement that she did not know or does not know any Eskom executives?
I don't remember her knowing any particular names,
Yes.
but we spoke about the functions, and the names would have been mentioned at least by Jabu, because in the document we've just referred to, two of the names are referred to in that particular document, and that document was discussed. So some of the names were discussed, but for certain the functions were discussed, and to my recollection, Mr. Tsotsi finally gave me the details of those three people in written format after the meeting.
Mr. Tsotsi said that at the meeting, one of the things that Mr. Zuma, one of the questions Mr. Zuma asked was whether Mr. Tsotsi knew the names or the identities of the executives who were to be suspended. Do you remember anything along those lines being asked by Mr. Zuma?
I don't remember that question.
You don't remember?
Mr. To
Yes.
be honest, it would have been rhetorical. Mr. Chairman, it would have been rhetorical in the sense that presumably Mr. Tsotsi would know his own staff.
Yes. Well, I think Mr. Tsotsi had made the point that it was quite clear that Mr. Zuma knew the issues that were supposed to be discussed at the meeting, and that at some stage during the meeting, he asked Mr. Tsotsi whether he knew who the executives were who were going to be suspended. And I think Mr. Tsotsi's evidence before the commission was that he responded to Mr. Zuma by confirming that he knew the executives to be suspended. And I think he was saying that because prior to that point, he said the discussion that had taken place, I think, before Mr. Zuma came in, had included the names of the executives, 3 executives. That was what he said.
Their names were probably mentioned in the discussions before, Mr. Chairman, in the first session.
Yes.
But to be honest, those names at that time bore no resonance in my mind, because obviously I would have recognized them. So I wasn't paying attention to names per se.
Yeah.
The focus was on the titles or their functions. They might have mentioned the names.
Yes. So,
If I may.
but would you say that by the end of the meeting, Ms. Mieni did not know or would not know the names of the executives who were to be suspended? If they were mentioned?
I would think they were mentioned in, everyone was mentioned in discussions,
Yeah,
starting off by function and then by names.
yeah,
I can't remember the names, so I don't know if she would have remembered the names, but
yes,
the names were certainly mentioned
yes.
and confirmed in writing later.
She says she was at that meeting simply to advise Mr. Tsotsi as a colleague at Mr. Tsotsi's behest and to introduce Mr. Tsotsi to you. She says that is why she was at that meeting. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, that's simply not true. It was absolutely clear that the purpose of the meeting was to propose and approve an inquiry into Eskom's current performance. There was no other discussion which took place.
And one wonders whether, if that was the only purpose, whether it would not have been enough for her to give Mr. Tsotsi your number, and then Mr. Tsotsi could reach you and the two of you could make arrangements to meet, rather than have a meeting in Durban. Or can you not hear me, Mr. Elena?
No, it was indistinct, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm saying, one wonders whether, if that was the purpose of the meeting, namely that she was there to advise Mr. Tsotsi at Mr. Tsotsi's request, and that she was there to just introduce Mr. Tsotsi to you, whether it would not have been enough for her to give Mr. Tsotsi your number, and Mr. Tsotsi could give you a ring and the two of you could arrange to meet. You understand?
Wouldn't have had to fly to Durban to do that.
On a Sunday.
You're right, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't have had to fly to Durban to do that.
Yes. Mr. Silica?
Mr. Chairman, if I could elaborate.
Yes.
Just on Council's earlier question, at the end of that meeting, we had identified the three people, so everyone in the room knew there were going to be those three people proposed for suspension. So we left the meeting with that knowledge.
Yes, yes. So,
We might have got formal names later, but we certainly knew
yeah,
that was the outcome of the meeting.
yes. And at that stage, were there only three executives who were discussed and who were going to be suspended in terms of the discussion at that meeting, or was it four executives?
To my recollection, there was three people mentioned, and we put three people in the documentation. At a later stage, the three became four.
Yes.
And the three morphed into four. So when the three became four, I cannot recall, but I know in the documentation that I did immediately after this meeting, and including the narratives on the motivation for suspensions of those three, they referred to specifically those three.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Tsotsi also gave evidence along the same lines, namely that at the Durban meeting, only three executives were discussed as executives who would be suspended. He said it was only later, I think at the meeting of the 11th, that at some stage, the name of the financial director was included. Is that your recollection as well?
I think, Mr. Chairman, that during the discussions on the 8th, there was probably discussion about a host of people and positions. But at the end of the meeting, the view was those were the three key positions. And I would have thought Mr. Tsotsi's input on those three positions would have been quite critical because he would have known that best. No one else would have known that.
Okay. Mr. Seleka.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, indeed, you do say in the supplementary statement, which I was going to refer you to on page 26.2, your page 2, paragraph 14.
Yes.
Well,
14.
yeah, but we can start at 13 because there you're right. I would not have known the identity of the individuals beforehand. But at a meeting on 8, which I believe is March 2015, we had identified the roles and names of 3 executives, and these were named by me in the briefing document I composed and sent to the chairman that evening, the 8th. Paragraph 14 then says, Mr. Marukane, CEO, I beg your pardon, Mr. Matona, CEO, Mr. Marukane, Group Capital, and Mr. Gogo, Commercial and Technology, were named in the suspension briefing memorandum that I forwarded to Mr. Tsotsi prior to the board meeting on 11 March. I cannot recall when the 4th executive was added. Ms. Molefe had not been identified, had not been initially considered as potentially impending the investigation and not part of my proposal.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
But we understand that the ultimate decision was that 4 executives should be suspended, and in fact, that's what happened.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
But to go back to the meeting in Durban, was the conclusion of the meeting therefore that 1, there would be an inquiry that would be conducted at Eskom into the affairs of Eskom. 2, 3 executives would be suspended and they were identified who they were. 4, that Mr. Zuma was going to speak to the minister, brief the minister of public enterprises. 4, Mr. Tsotsi would speak to the board of Eskom. Is that how the meeting concluded?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Is there another point I've left out of importance that was concluded at that meeting?
I think, Mr. Chairman, there was the general statement that would have been discussed in the presence of the President, where my position on doing the inquiry, which set out a couple of the principles of that inquiry, which were the independence of it and that, and I think I've documented that in one of the statements. So there was a conclusion come to that the inquiry would take place, it would have to be done in this particular way. One of those implications were that these people were to be suspended. But there were other conditions mentioned at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, just deal with them because I want to have a full picture of the conclusion of that meeting.
I think, Mr. Chairman, to be clear on that point, that is an important point because that was the point of departure which led ultimately to the terms of reference and the approach of the inquiry, which followed all the way through. So the principles agreed about independence, transparency, etc., followed all the way through from that very moment into the media briefing, into the terms of reference, and they were consistently applied.
Okay, before you go there, 1, your role. Did the meeting in Durban agree as to what your role would be in the inquiry? Or was there an understanding of what your role was going to be?
I left with the understanding that I would be proposed to the board to be the coordinator of the inquiry.
Yes. What were agreed to be the features of the inquiry? You have told me about transparency. What else? Independence?
It had to be independent, it had to be transparent, it had to be thorough. I think I've documented some of those principles.
Yeah, you can look
Yeah.
at the document if you want to refresh your memory. Was it already mentioned at that meeting that the inquiry should take no longer than 3 months, or did that come later?
That was one of them, correct? And there was a discussion about that, Mr. Chairman, in the sense that in our earlier discussions, if there is a long-winded investigation, it comes to naught in any event, and it creates more damage than good. So you have to go in, do it thoroughly and quickly, and identify the main issues. Otherwise, it will just peter out. And so 3 months was a issue. Council, can you remind me do you know where we detailed those? Was it in the affidavit or in the supplementary?
You could go to page 32 of the affidavit, paragraph 20.
Which is on black page number?
32.
Page 32.
Yes. Paragraph 20, 21, well, mainly 21.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you can just read into the record the principles that you set out there, or what you say from paragraph 20 to 21.9. Do you want to read that quickly?
Would you like me to? Certainly.
Yes.
Paragraph 21 starts, the President was clearly familiar with the purpose of the meeting, and we provided a summary of what was proposed. Brackets, arising from the earlier discussions referred to above. This included a number of key principles. One, for the inquiry to have credibility, it needed to be open, independent, and comprehensive. It needed to be free from internal interference. Two, it needed to be quick, as lengthy previous inquiries in other state entities led to greater harm than good. Three, it needed the capacity and capability of the best investigators across commercial, financial, and technical disciplines. It was therefore not suitable for one entity to conduct it. 4, it needed to be seen to be credible. Sound communication with stakeholders and the public was necessary. And then I comment on something which is in the final version of the terms of reference, which I cannot recall mentioning here, but it was part of my thinking then was you needed an overseer to comply or to deliver on the points of being credible and transparent. In an inquiry of this nature, the big risk is no one really knows the truth.
Yes. I thought the principles went up to 21.9.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 21.6.
Sorry, Dave.
21.6, you say the board and the minister must be in agreement and supportive and seen to be so. 21.7, you discussed the implications of the board and PFMA approvals. 21.8, the matter of suspension of top executives was discussed. The rationale supporting suspension was that 21.8.1, if investigators were going to have the freedom to follow the evidence There needed to be an environment free from fear or intimidation. These conditions do not have to be active to exist, and the passive presence of key people can inhibit openness. These were precautionary suspensions, and those included would be counseled on that point, as would the media release 21.8.2. The risk to the business of suspensions of key people would be managed by appointment of capable subordinates. A strong communication strategy would convince stakeholders and the public that this was a positive and not a negative approach. The inquiry would be limited to 3 months. Your own role would be that of a coordinator, and you would interface with the board. And then at 22, you say the president listened to these views and asked 1 or 2 questions and then agreed. He undertook to speak to the minister, and Mr. Tsotsi was going to speak to the board. Is that how the meeting ended?
And yes, Mr. Tsotsi was going to communicate with the board. I was going to draft him documents to communicate to the board that evening, which I did. And the president was going to talk to the minister, and all those points ultimately fed through into all the documents. So, for example, in the board proposal, it deals with issues of the approval of the Ministry of Finance. So, all those issues which are recorded here were ultimately followed through in the documents created later.
Okay, Mr. Slayer.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Linnell, it appears to be, and maybe you can verify this or confirm this to the chairperson, that these principles were coming from you, the underlying principle of the nature of the inquiry. Is that correct?
I'd like to agree with that. I think so.
Now, we know that when you met with Ms. Mieni on the afternoon of the 6th of March, 2015, in Pretoria, she told you that the president wanted an investigation into the affairs of Eskom. At that stage, did she talk to you about any principles that would govern that investigation, or did she talk to you about any important features of that investigation, or is the position that that was not discussed at that stage, but by the time you arrived at the Durban meeting, you had ideas of what principles should be followed?
I think a bit of all those, Mr. Chairman. So during the discussion on the 6th, certainly some of these principles would have been discussed. I would have raised them. But on this, I think on the Saturday morning, I stand corrected, but I would have commented on one of the documents that I ultimately did. I started drafting a document, first version of a document early on the Sunday morning or late on the Saturday or early Saturday morning, which started recording some of these kind of things. So they were in my mind, certainly. I'm not sure if I would have mentioned them, I suppose, on the 6th, but they were very clearly entrenched by the 8th.
Now, at that meeting on the 6th of March in Pretoria, between yourself and Ms. Mieni, did the issue of the suspension of the executives arise, or did that only arise at the meeting, at the Durban meeting?
The principle of suspensions would have arose on the 6th, yes.
So the two of you did discuss that in Pretoria?
Correct. Not the people, but the principle of suspending people at the top of the organization.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You, in Pretoria, in your meeting with Ms. Mieni, you are saying that there was a need, there would be a need for some executives to be suspended was discussed, but the actual names were not discussed, is that right?
That is correct.
But did the discussion include portfolios? In other words, to say the executives who would need to be suspended would be those who occupied certain, or who were leading certain portfolios? Or that did not also arise? It was just the suspension, that there may have to be a suspension without saying which positions would be affected or which persons would be affected.
Mr. Chairman, on the 6th, I wouldn't have understood the organizational structure as to who was who. So that wouldn't have been an issue at all, but that came clear on the 8th as to, I think Mr. Tsotsi had a role in identifying positions of influence in the business.
So who actually came up with the whole idea that there would need to be suspensions on the 6th? Was it you or was it Ms. Mieni?
Mr. Chairman, I would have said to you that it would have been my recommendation. Having said that, I can't say that it was not also on her mind, and in conversation, there was an accepted discourse between the two of us that was necessary. But without a doubt, it would have intuitively been an idea I would have said, that if you're going to do this properly, this must happen.
Yes.
She might have had the same thought, I can't recall that.
Yes. But the actual portfolios that would be affected by the suspension of the executives, those portfolios were only identified at the Durban meeting, is that correct or not?
To my recollection, yes, and Mr. Tsotsi would have been the one who knew those roles better than anyone. And maybe Jabu, but certainly Mr. Tsotsi would have been.
Now, at the Durban meeting, do you recall whether it fell upon you to raise the issue of the suspensions, or whether somebody else in the meeting happened to be the first one to raise the issue of suspensions? And if so, who was that?
Mr. Chairman, I'd have no recollection. At the time, there was no thought that that was an issue. The discussion was around,
Yes,
we have to do an investigation. What is the best approach to do it?
yes,
And the suspensions were no more of an issue in say, my recollection of mind,
yes.
than it being fair and transparent and thorough. They were all part of the same approach.
Yes. Now, do you remember whether the actual names came from Mr. Jabu Maswangai or Mr. Tsotsi? Do you remember, or is that something you don't remember? Or who the names came from?
What I do recall is Mr. Tsotsi having a role in the debate about the positions, and then ultimately, as far as I recall, and maybe it's formed by, I got the names from him in writing to make sure I wrote them down correctly. He sent those to me. Jabu would certainly have mentioned some of those names, because in the document we referred to Energy Crisis 2 just now, two of those names are in his document.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Linnell, if you are still on your supplementary affidavit, paragraph 12, just for completeness sake, talking of the suspensions considered on the 8th of March, and you say precaution of a suspension would have been a standard approach that I would have considered. You see that?
Correct?
Yeah. I would have considered key areas of business that the inquiry would focus on, and also whether anyone in particular in those areas may have a propensity to interfere or have such a presence as to create a perception of potentially impeding the investigation. Although paragraph 13 says, I would not have known the identity of the individuals beforehand. You see that?
Mr. Chairman, I used the phrase I would have considered. That would have been the consideration. The principle of that is the consideration. So the consideration would be who the functionaries who again might impede this investigation, and what are the areas in which they work at. That would have been my consideration.
Yes, and I think what the chairperson was trying to establish from you is whether that consideration, which ultimately becomes a decision of this meeting, is something that you as the legal advisor, because that's how you have been labeled, you as the legal advisor advised them to do. Did you advise them to suspend the executives?
It wasn't, the meeting wasn't an advisory meeting, but I would have certainly said, if I'm going to do this inquiry, these are the principles that I would want to have in place.
Okay, so that was your advice to them.
Sorry?
That was your advice to them.
He says
Probably
the meeting